of the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. We are in Game 2, Case 3, Turnabout Legacy. Last time, we were playing as Miles Edgeworth's father, who was investigating a murder that took place during a confectionery contest at the Dragonborn vessel. They never... Oh, you had your broken right earbud in. However, they never figured out who actually committed the murder, but the defendant was found guilty anyway. And this time around, we're playing as Miles Edgeworth, investigating a poison attack that happened. Get out of Underworks. I'm playing Silk Song. Oh, okay. This should be a nice long stream. My only Ace Attorney exposure is through objection videos. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. All right, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to go talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their reports. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek! Oh my god! It's a body! What on earth? The name of the painter again? What painter? Oh, Larice. Order in the court. Somebody call forensics. Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Order. I will have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the winter wing. They've all melted. What? The body wasn't in the previous scene. Yeah, it wasn't. Huh? Say? A Gavel baguette name moment, yeah. What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Eesh, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again. I guess this scream summoned the body into plot relevance. Absolutely. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Malzarino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. They hit me with a to be continued. The events of 18 years pass. Javel is a family name, a regional form meaning Normandy, Picardy from Javel, a handful of sawn wheat laid on the ground to allow the grain to yellow, a nickname for a sheaf binder. Cool. Imagine getting to be continued. Yep, that's me. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case, or that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and of one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room... You have a Brittany name? I meant to say, get me out of Underworks. I think I forgot to put the me also. BRB, I'll be talking about things not about this game. Okay. All of his icy creations had melted clean away. 18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? Brittany is my favorite region in France. Butter, crepes, culture. Cool. It can happen. We're all human. Police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless? Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as hoped. That doesn't mean we give up. Unfortunately, I am cursed with being a filthy American. Yes, we build our homes out of Big Macs. It is true. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise! Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. Welcome back! I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound! Tinkerer's favorite handmade by Bound. Rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. In a little unique shape. Reese's is so good. Yeah, it is. I have some Reese's myself right now. I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes. Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Aw, you also have braces? Aww. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound. Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. Oh, she's an orphan? That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. I've had this one video very badly explaining Fallout 4 on loop for like 2 hours now. The video's 30 minutes long. I also rewind videos a lot. I use them to sleep. So when I'm unable to sleep, I just rewind the video in cases where I really enjoy it. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even get him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything! Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final. Ah, this is the same as in the present. My, they're stunning. Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Oh hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations in the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. You reached a 3-stream streak. Congratulations. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? It doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh! Well, he didn't seem like a type. It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bounds? Yes. I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. Ooh, I'd love to see it in action. One could call that slip-up suspicious. Indeed. I'm very suspicious of her. In particular. There's just something about her that's just not right to me. Then why don't I take your picture? Yes. Come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day. Ready? Say cheese! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much! It's such a cool camera. Out of curiosity, did you commission someone to make your VTuber model, or did you make it yourself? My friend made it for me for free as a part of her portfolio. The VTuber models that I made are all 3D. You can still see the profile pictures on some of my accounts. I've been using the Live 2D almost exclusively since I got it, just because it's so easy to set up. Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest? Yes, you assume correctly. Just notice there are subtitles on Twitch? Yeah. It's a plugin that I have installed on OBS. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' works. Didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Ah, yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected? Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really, though? I went to our living area to change the film, and was passing the fountain room on my way back. When I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? My understanding can only increase now with my baguette English level. Ah! Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember, I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera been with me ever since. I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera in this picture, Miss Bounds. Of course. Here you go. Thank you. A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Detective Bat! Miss Scone! Are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. All that's missing is an option to translate into French. Honestly, that mannequins will be the ends of me. The cheek of him. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own detective? You should probably add a caption thing to your stream layout, because why not? Time to jam yet another monitor into the already cramped set. There are two types of the caption thing. There's an OBS plugin, and there are also extensions on Twitch that you can use instead. But they require that you have Google Chrome open. That's why so many people use the plugin instead, because you only need to have OBS open and it activated in order to use it. Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bounce said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? That's right, and I have to say he looks very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? Do I gotta spill it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective? Really, Detective Bud? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. He's gonna stonewall my investigation, but I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I... Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's some new friends, eh? It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this? Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display case just lost power, and up the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope, still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance. So they tasted good? Oh, wrong voice. Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Connecting two massive display cases to a power strip does not sound like a smart idea. It definitely does not. You're right about that. It sounds dangerous, in fact. Hello, you miss. How you doing? Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why I had no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you, it was all horrible and salty. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it looked just like that. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I have a, let's see. Yeah, it's this. If she said they tasted bad, why did she eat so many of the strings? Wouldn't she just break off one, realize it tasted bad, and not eat more? I think that's exactly what she said. That she ate one of them, realized that they were incredibly salty and she didn't like it, and didn't eat the rest. But someone else must have done something to the strings, the rest of the strings. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. But are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? No, I barely knew him, I swear. That's so. You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work. No, I just... The sculptures were so carefully made, I didn't think he'd miss something so important. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shows a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. She's sweating, suspicious, very suspicious indeed. So what are these two pieces of evidence of yours? Which two items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first.
Take that!
And now the second. What is the second piece of evidence? I'm a nice actor. Thank you. What is... The first one was easy. The second one, I don't know.
Take that!
The link between these two pieces of evidence reveals the shocking truth. I got it wrong. Really? Not sure I'm seeing this link, Mr. E. Ah! Burnt. That wasn't right. Miss Bound is especially fond of one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered. But I should take another look over them all, I suppose. Now then, which two items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first.
Take that!
And now the second. I don't know.
Take that!
Oh no, I got stuck.
Take that! Take that!
Oh no!
Take that!
You don't understand the game? Well, so people give testimony and you press them, meaning you further interrogate them on their statements, and then you present evidence to show that there is a contradiction in what they've said. And you solve the mystery. Who am I talking to? Someone on YouTube. I just don't have the YouTube chat overlay on my OBS overlay. Is it this one?
Take that!
Wasn't that either?
Take that!
I don't know.
Take that!
I don't know what the answer is. I immediately thought about the seal, but now I'm confused on what the next thing is. This lamp isn't working. No, unfortunately, it appears to be broken. Would have been nice to see it all lit up just once. Miss Gomes said it's good for relaxation, right? I could use some of that. Perhaps I'll get one for the office. So the lamps both have these hexagonal stands on the bottom, right? Yes, I imagine the indentations in the pillars were made to accommodate them. And boy, do they fit like a glove! You accidentally closed out of the stream.
Take that!
Oh, come on! Don't embarrass me in front of all my viewers.
Take that! Take that!
I've done this so many times that now I'm actually not sure which I've presented.
Take that! Take that!
You know what? I'm gonna look up the answer. I don't want to be stuck on this the whole time. Beginning part 2, middle part 1. Middle part 2. I don't know. I also don't know where in the walkthrough I'm at.
Take that!
Oh, it was this? The whole time? What? Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. We don't have anyone to talk to? Aww. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Tiddlywinks' statues have the letters PH carved in them, plain as day. PH? Shouldn't it be AF? You think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. It's so quiet in chat. I'm sorry. People don't usually come to my Ace Attorney streams to begin with, so it's actually kind of unusual that people are in Twitch and YouTube chat at the same time. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we saw imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? Wait, what? Oh, I was there the whole time! Oh, shoot. We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor, Paul Alik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes. I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. I love the ability to change your voice and get into character. It's so funny. Thank you! I do work really hard on the voice acting, even with the masked voices that I have real difficulty with. He has never revealed his true identity in public. So it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Alik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact Frost was, in fact, none other than famed sculptor Paul Alik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Alik were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bounds. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. You can change your voice to Scooby? Awesome. I can't do voices like those. Cartoon voices? The only cartoon voice I can do is Toad. From Mario. Alright, I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. You use text-to-speech, so your voice acting potential is precisely 0. They can't see you on the overlay, on the OBS overlay, because Twitch chat is right there. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admitted, you were aware of who Mr. Frost really was? When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paula Lee. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that. And, be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? What? Why are you asking me that? The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. And the Twitch stream is a proper 1920 by 1080. Yes, it is. And the stream on YouTube is 1080 by 1920, I think. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures?
Take that!
The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Here, dear, and dear what? What do you mean by that? Why do streamers who stream to YouTube and Twitch always have the YouTube stream in a vertical format? Oh, I didn't even read what you said. The reason why is because then you get into the YouTube short feed, and that gives you a whole lot more viewers than if you just stream it regularly. A ton more viewers. Like, my live streams hit like 100 viewers, which is huge for me. But I wouldn't get any viewers on a regular live stream. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total. And yes, the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what. This only makes it harder for me to learn English? All the homonyms, you mean? Homophones? I'll need to see all the pictures you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you. Like work, world, and word? Now, English is a tough language to learn, so it's impressive that you even are. Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. English is definitely a very unique language. Wait, don't tell me it was you. It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Alik's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, but with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And? How did that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. A mistake? Are you sure? I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it, but I'm not in a position to refute it either. Hi, Jonas! How you doing? Congratulations on your 20 stream streak. Yes, I am indeed solving crimes. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said, no hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth? What do these honk shoes do? I have 180 of them. Oh, those are channel redeem points. So if you get enough points, you can redeem a few rewards, such as like hydrate, posture check. You can put a clown nose on my model, the autism creature on my model, stuff like that. Yeah, they're just silly things. Mr. Edgeworth, picture's yours. Hope it helps. 2 photos, one from Bound and one from Detective Bad. It's Mr. Von Karma. I gave him the deepest voice. Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up.
Universe just redeemed pat my head.
Did the pat my head work? It didn't seem like it worked. Let me check to make sure I'm logged into Twitch. It's valid for 5 more days, so it should have worked. Huh. Sorry about that.
Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
It seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees.
Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was. Silence. You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa.
No,
I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand. Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself.
And you think I care because...
Ugh.
Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we get going anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow has let up. You're right, home time! Looks like he's hungry. Guess my stomach's in a agreement too. Alright, so let's go grab a burger. But my own stomach starts grumbling too. Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. Orgar! To be continued. These to be continues are, kind of short. Just take a sledgehammer to an American home for free burger? True. December 25th, 10 a.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hey, it's Miss Bounds. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. You look rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seems interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Detective Bad? What are you doing back there?
Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon.
Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? His hair has gone white! And talk to other Brazilian on the leave? Oh no! Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired.
They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad?
I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him.
Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Or has his hair always been white? Now I'm confused. Did I make that up? Hold up. Profiles. Oh, his hair really did change to white. It was black before. Look at that. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Anyways, I gotta go. See ya. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it.
Of course. Thank you.
Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out.
I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Hampson, do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Yes, we do.
Huh? Is that chocolate? For me?
Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Sorry, Melody. I gotta go. See you. Bye! Thank you for stopping by as well. It's just you and me, rather me. XZ.
Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose.
There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction.
Just let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect.
Thank you, Detective Bad.
My hero! I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk.
I feel like my voices for these two characters are not that different from one another.
Now to sample these treats.
Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot.
I didn't do it for you. It was my call.
Guess you're not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes. How were they?
Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate. That'll comfort and soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self.
My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair.
Wow, is the food here really all that bad?
Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene.
Gregory was like, that's weird. About him not being able to taste anything? Interesting. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share?
Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Alique. Honey Frost was Paul Alique? I never would have imagined.
Hi, Mr. Alique. But the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? Stop eating paper! This all would certainly explain why Mr. Alique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public.
He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He never finished his greatest masterpiece?
Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellation.
The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? The two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bound. I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone calls it a debt.
I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest?
None. Guy didn't even tell his family.
I see.
Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetching at the guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer.
Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. I need water. ASAP.
He's a good man.
He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off of anybody new he meets.
No, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday?
Of course. Allow me to give you a full report.
Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means. I'll gladly share all that I can.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well.
Which was?
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
That's one of them was flavored ice, and the other one was what? Candy. Huh. Huh? What exactly did his work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound.
But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime.
So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime?
Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the liar, I believe. I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song.
I'm sorry, but are you saying that the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. What? But the liar was full of salt. You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work?
I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? Why is my mic so low? Hold up, let me fix that. I don't know why that keeps on happening. So the part you tried was the liar? The one shown here without any strings?
Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate.
But the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the liar as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish.
Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste.
Something wrong? How so exactly?
There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors, and I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now.
That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood! Even if there were some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back in my mansion.
You do?
I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, you can't show that recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney and I have no secrets from him.
Yes, you're right, of course. That is what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you.
Judy.
Yes, Samson?
There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound! Judy.
Whoa, she seems really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why do you even say all that to her?
Because I worry about her. I can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own.
What do you mean?
The elite collection, the candy making, it's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked enough. I've asked of everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime.
Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session.
Yes. We'll have to do something about that.
You'll speak to the police for me?
That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes.
I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it.
Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract the confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you.
I understand, and I'll try.
I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contents venue, Fountain Room. Detective Bag, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Fisk, never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more.
We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? But we need to see those other rooms! This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume.
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody, except those cops in this bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Mr. Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective?
Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised.
You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. Begin investigation. The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue.
Hololeek's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real.
Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before?
Just attorneys. Always poking holes in people's words.
What? Did I do something wrong? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water?
Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Welcome back, Cubed.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they've removed the blood along with the body.
The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to the murder victim, right?
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's.
But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? This sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, this sign is also made from candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was somebody going to eat it when the contest was over?
Rhythmix is just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for redeeming hydrate. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound's TV show, Bacon Bob. There are some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. How do I redeem? You click the little, you click the honk shoes icon, and then you scroll down and you click whichever one you want to redeem. I'm not sure my redeems are working though, because I didn't see the pat my head one working. There are some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? There's a liar here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Ad break starts in 1 minute.
Hands off. I already checked them out. They're real.
Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective?
I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, at least.
Did he... Never mind. I don't want to picture it. He licked them? Detective Bad, you can't be licking the evidence. Our drip is going to have us speaking English and speaking sauce, speaking 2 languages and having the sauce. I call that bilingual. Highlight my message. Ah, it highlighted.
Stone's room is through there.
It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it.
Oh yeah? We'll all be.
Does it only highlight in Twitch chat? Yes, I believe so. I think there is an overlay I could use. A browser source that I could use to make it highlight on the stream itself, but I don't have that. Because people don't use to redeem it. Okay, be right back. Ad break starts in a few seconds. I was gonna pop it like a donation or something. It could if I had that enabled on my stream overlay. People don't do a lot of redeeming on my streams, so I have them pretty bare bones. Okay, ad break is starting now. Okay, we're back.
Oh yeah? We'll all be.
He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? We do not steal tiaras, smash malls, or steal cars around here, it seems. Nope. Unfortunately. It's a Christmas tree made from candy.
These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our scene ruined.
Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. But they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. Where does this elevator go?
The second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day.
That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You'd come, wouldn't you, Detective?
Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys.
This is quite the trophy.
Awarded to Tangaroa. First place, International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular.
It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever.
Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right?
I doubt it's anything quite that deep.
That's the door to Gusto's room.
I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way.
Big antlers like that must be a bull.
I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female.
Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys.
They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, Detective. A Santa Claus statue. Hello, dashing Doge. How are you doing today? A Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too?
The door leads to Tangaroa's room. So yeah, could be he made that thing too.
Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. It's the 25th, Gregory! It is December 25th! Already! What do you mean you still need to find a present for your son? He wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums.
We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case.
You've already done your homework, I see.
I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. What is it?
Any thoughts on the case, Detective?
Officially, as a cop, my thoughts are, Von Karma's right about everything. But as myself, I'm not happy. We need to investigate more, here and elsewhere. I put a word in for you, with forensics. Ask the guy whatever you want.
Much appreciated. I am in your debt, Detective Bad.
I didn't do it for you. I did it for the investigation.
He's busy investigating the fountain. I probably shouldn't disturb him again. Traces of Mr. Frost's blood were found in the fountain water. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? A moment of your time, Eddie?
Sure thing, Mr. E. What's up?
Do you have any thoughts on the case?
Oh, you bet I do! Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display being used to store the body? Miss Stone's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon. We're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes on this case, huh?
I suppose we are.
To make things worse, this bound seems super down.
When I asked if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights.
Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong?
I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie?
Oh, it's great! I've been taking
notes about everything, and I'm learning so much. Have you also been eating your notes? I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you want to be an attorney, huh?
You bet I do. I'd give anything to be a hero of justice, help the helpless, and fight for what's right. The first time I saw Mr. E do his thing in court, I knew I'd found my calling.
You know, cops look out for people too.
Sure, but I want to be an attorney. This case is making you hungry? I understand. Good thing I don't need to eat.
Well, good luck to you.
I get the feeling Detective Bad might be pining for an apprentice of his own. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. He's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. He must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. Because you're a clanker. Oh yeah, that's right. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors in Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? You will eat Frost? I understand. Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. But he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep a hold of this? Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before.
It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Brown. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly! Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. For the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group?
The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons.
Oh yeah! That new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa now want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? Yes. Not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor, and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help me move the investigation along nicely. Ooh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Investigation complete. We've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why?
Cub just redeemed posture check.
Posture check in check. Thanks for redeeming posture check.
Sure, I was... Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me.
Me neither.
We need to figure out how to get in touch with him.
Oh, do you know?
His Manfred.
Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma!
I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto. In which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Gusto and Frost connection.
The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
And that's all?
That's all I have to say to you.
What? But that doesn't help us at all! We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Rebuttal.
The connection between Gusto and Frost?
Hold it!
Yes, there must have been a connection of some kind.
And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I will happily tell you what it is. If this were a courtroom, I would have you removed for contempt.
But isn't that solely the judge's purview?
Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune.
What? Even judges are scared of him? It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue.
It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
Hold it!
Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition. But that doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them.
I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut.
Guess I'll just do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's connection.
Still, the look in your eyes speaks volumes. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say?
Make up your mind, will you? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? It seems Mr. Von Karma is keen to keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right? Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost had something in common. I just need to present the thing they shared to Mr. Von Karma.
Objection!
I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground from you, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same.
Objection!
What are you suggesting?
I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive the two were working together.
If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating?
But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage.
Gusto and Frost's real connection.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Objection!
Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
It doesn't explain why he's been so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. Rebuttal.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together.
Hold it!
So you did know that there was a connection between the two. Why were you trying to hide it?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't just hand out information like candy. And certainly not to the defense. Not like that lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way, and I'll do things mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Gusto spilled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night.
Hold it!
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct?
Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally.
Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma, that must have been terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts.
He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me.
That even worked on him?
And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Leaders can only ever win hollow victories, I guess.
I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar, And Frost was an amateur confectioner at best.
Hold it!
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense.
Yeah,
He admitted it himself he isn't all that great.
he made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking about the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur, and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together. The two cooperated until the day before the final.
Cub just redeemed Clown Nose.
Thank you for redeeming Clown Nose.
The two cooperated until the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits.
Hold it!
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals and then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern.
He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right up through the finals. The salty statue.
Objection!
They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
Objection!
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you're ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony.
Manfred von Karma revealed to be a wife guy.
Namely, that she also describes some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
Ugh! Gurn!
Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E? There's something that's been on my mind. Yes? What is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gone as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some loyalty instinct in you after all, Eddie. Do not... He ate it. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? He ate the paper again. I know, he keeps doing it. Okay, maybe it's the day before the final, but it might be make it out of something else entirely. I don't know. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do was sculpt it.
What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E?
I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How dare you call my methods into question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If the relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was, which means this is probably a trap.
Well, that got your tongue?
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect them.
Tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
He knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
That's...
Gusto and Frost and their sons. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
But why?
It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise.
No! He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto.
Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with.
That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution needs to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad?
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too.
In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing.
You're right. I don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body.
Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost.
So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Plus, blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if you've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why didn't Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff. But what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it.
I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir!
Hold it!
Yes? What is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you.
What?
Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is, or is not, with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps?
Huh, and I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence?
I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn.
What are you talking about?
You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body.
What? He doesn't have the body?
Objection!
Ridiculous, you're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations, one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go?
What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what?
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
Objection!
What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaroa's room went? Hmm. Is it the fountain? I mean, there is blood on the salt lamp. But maybe it's the...
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest.
Skunk.
Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me!
Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, Bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely in it, in the first place.
Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
Tisk. It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
No, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will.
Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position.
Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing.
I am, and I'll prove it in court.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now.
That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about?
Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case.
And? What is it?
You'll find out in the courtroom.
Wait, what? You're letting me join you?
Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all.
Huh, I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? We can take on Mr. Von Karma together.
Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time.
Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you.
We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Another to be continued. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned.
I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial?
Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us.
Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent?
Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared.
I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh?
December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limits. It was so bad he even said he wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him?
Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. But that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with?
Oh, sorry, that was Edgeworth saying that.
Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations.
I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh?
We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor.
For the one and only time in his 40-year career.
Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of the day, but of the whole sad affair.
I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty? I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside.
Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me.
No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder.
Nope. That's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder.
Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved.
Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed.
What?
Here, feast your peepers on this.
Suspect data. Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice?
That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse.
Then why is my copy so different?
Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up.
So everything I believed about the case was a lie?
Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead.
That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him?
Not without the real perv, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but When Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead.
How could he?
Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Malsy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died?
Ah, that's right! You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa.
Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day.
How heartbreaking! We've got to do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Malzarino?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father.
Miles.
But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. And I'm not leaving until I do.
You really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations.
Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Okay, cool. I just finished implementing this input overlay for my OBS layout. Cool! Thank you, Fender.
And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy! There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you.
Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the autumn wing, which has been disguised to look like the winter wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxion, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Yes, this is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with the investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof! He isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Winks? Wait, what? Wait, who the heck is Chilliwig or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor at Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Alik. The sculptures on display here are all his works. No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Jessica Valley knows about the IS-7 incident? Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
But while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begs to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course.
Someone's phone is ringing. Eustace's. Yeah, this is Winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess Edgeworth called it? Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Cavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win! I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. You do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Well there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7. So this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive?
Jessica Bell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. If that's not enough for you, he was at the trial, too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you?
Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty! Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice?
Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all.
Thanks to your immeasurable help as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting.
I will. Well, okay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence! We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right! We need some more intel! Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Begin investigation. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Elite make this one too, Miss Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. Dun dun dun! This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Ad starts in 1 minute. Talk about relatable! Statues of a man and woman in old-timey clothes Did Paulo Leak make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. He'll take me back to Adhelm, not again. It's happening in 30 seconds. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right? Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but this door leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for that autumny feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. Hence the name. Sure, I knew that. Okay, time for another ad break. I am desperately in need of more water. Be right back. I forgot I got a Frosty from Wendy's. Whoopsie. threaten the stream with ad breaks. You can only trigger an ad break shortly after an ad break has already started. What did I just say? No, I mean that you can't trigger an ad break after it's already started, so a threat wouldn't really do anything. I forgot to put my BRB screen up. Yakuza Desk Slam. Okay. Look at this. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Elite, or rather, Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you got one too, Miss Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. I hope he's alright. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. How do you rename the stream? You go to your stream. You can either go to the stream manager and there's a little pencil icon. That's for editing the stream info. You can either do it through that, or you can log into Twitch, and you can add, there will be a quick actions doc on OBS, and the pencil icon will be there too. Or you can go to your channel, go to the chat, and there'll be a little pencil icon near the title as well. So there are 3 ways that you can do it. It's Larice. What's he up to? Those are tulips by the door, right, Miss Edgeworth? Yes, it leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring! A popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Why is Whispers an option to report a streamer for? I accidentally opened the report box when I was trying to find the stream manager for my channel. I don't know. Miss Bounce tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. Let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Wow! This stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bounds, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? No, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Oh, thank you for patting my head.
Cub just redeemed pat my head.
I think Larry is, now has a crush on Judy, and that's why he's like, you better be careful with that teaware. That's odd. I used the same exact blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will ya?
What's gotten under your skin, Larry?
Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Maurice Nim, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Well, that was childish, even for him.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. The tablecloth draped over the carts is pure white and completely spotless.
And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh!
Hey, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be.
Aw, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye.
Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it.
Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, Helios brown.
A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tea canister, designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Is that it? Yep.
It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pain look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Alik piece?
Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents.
Guess the moon shone brightest in that house.
The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. And how's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and it's kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go until our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
Why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, re-completed. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my! You really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident?
She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet.
Hello there, dearie! Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course. And treasure is for when they're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on. And petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Miss Edgeworth, petal! I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
Let's talk to Maurice. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is.
Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Ah, come on, Kate. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Come on, Larry, what are you hiding?
Not saying. Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Larice isn't going to talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry is hiding. Perhaps something around here can give me a clue. I better take a look around, another look around the room. Okay, nothing. Eustace? Do you mind, Mr. Warner? You're in my way. I do mind, actually. And I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. That really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel. And we'll do the same! You are the self-styled Great Thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. It looks like Judge Gavel will have to think of some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay.
Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir.
It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall.
Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. What kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet.
You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you can move giant lumps of ice around no sweat.
Ooh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these.
Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case.
Hey there, Malzarino. What's the situation with the investigation?
Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what had happened is beginning to emerge.
Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then.
This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago.
And now, it's got the lot. Melting statues in the winter wing and even the murder victim's body.
But how did nobody ever figure out that the body has gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son, too. Him and his best pal from schoolbook just up and disappeared.
What? And they were never found?
Gusto's boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody.
Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low.
I think I get it. So this is it, huh? The keys to unraveling the whole mystery?
Yes, perhaps.
Great, you keep hold of it then, yeah? Quickly now, back in your pocket it goes.
I guess he doesn't think much of it. I've got to look around again. It seems the police have already removed the body. I hit the gate again? What gate? I'm gonna need to make a counter for that. A counter for what? It seems the police have already removed the body. The timer gates insert. Oh, okay, you're playing a game. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it overrun and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say they probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak.
There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. I guess somebody must have broken something? I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something, too. Time to talk to Larice. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Cavell. Wait! Don't make me look bad in front of Verity! She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy! I don't want her to see the real me! The real low-down, dirty me! I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk! Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is there any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that! I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash! I broke the teapot! A priceless work of art! It's in pieces because of me!
No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch! You really messed up this time, Larice. See, Edgy, everyone's going to think less of me now! Judy's never gonna forgive me for this!
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. He's on his hands and knees.
My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Donim. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Nobody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be?
I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces at the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots.
Oh, I see.
Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry!
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best?
I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow?
I sure will! Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Need to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see?
Interested in Larice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too.
Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them, too. Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so for the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
What am I looking at here?
I told you already, ravishing beauties. There's a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy, somebody else. Why did you draw them all on the same page? Well, I mean to draw the room at first. Just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color.
So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example. If I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. Yeah, it's got candies on it. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry?
Sure thing! You want me to sign it for you?
Just the page, please. Where are the candies at? What is Miss Scum doing? That's also suspicious.
Oh my, is that me?
Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there.
It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it?
I'm sorry, Miss Bounce. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. This lift card. I heard it was in use 18 years ago, too.
That's right. It was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around.
But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet?
The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. Ping! I guess we're going to find out.
Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Hate Crimes the Musical or something?
Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting?
Oh, okay. I already, The deuce! Okay, what do I guess it's the entire thing. Maybe it's the canister? Does it got candies in it?
Eureka!
No, it wasn't that. Okay.
Eureka!
Huh. Okay, it wasn't that. Vitamin gummies taste amazing. I don't think I've ever had a vitamin gummy before.
particularly these calm magnesium gummies. Cool.
Eureka!
Larry, can I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Donim, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you! Everything is exactly as I saw it! But the tablecloth in the cart here in this room is white. Wow! Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? Ugh, what's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with a cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of the sight. Wait, Miss Bounds came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know. Another serving cart, and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set, too? We better check with Miss Bound. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Likely, like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Ah, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pockets. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. But perhaps I could do with a little less sugar. Which way is the summer wing? This is spring, right? So this must be summer? They put sunflowers by the door. Nice! A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time, and every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing, Kay? Isn't that a little beneath a great thief? Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh, they went together. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. The cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Can that really be it? No way, Jose. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bounce said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bounce seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots and the breaking of one. You're right! You'd expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in the teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that Ubiquium? Huh? My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it! If I can't find it, there's no chance of useless... What? Do you know where it came from? Yes. What? Where? Miss Bounce teapot. Wow! Nice piece! I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. There's Miss Bound. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. But you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some Ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Oh, who's phone? It's Edgeworth's phone. Edgeworth speaking.
Sure, it's me.
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the tourist case than the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me if you can.
Yes, sir! It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the tourist case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were? Hello, Nix! How you doing?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but... I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working in the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too.
There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as a winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison trap are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dear. Fire away! Anything for you, Mousy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tootsie K. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Malsy Smalsy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Oh, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Ugh. Well, I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying! Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it! What is she looking for? That's not it. That's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How far did you progress during yesterday's stream? That was Hollow Knight Silk Song, right? So I finished the last judge fight, and then I got to the Citadel of Song, went inside, explored the map a little bit, and then I saved. So I didn't make much progress past the last judge fight. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right there in the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bits, is in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it inside out, because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Stanley Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book, but they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of those elites, I suppose. Ooh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Milesy Smiles? What I could do is cover it in whipped cream for you, then sprinkle a few.
There'll be no need for that, thank you, Miss Scone.
Oh ho, those are Moody Judy's chocolates, aren't they? Oh, but dearie me, they're all a bit melted. You're supposed to eat them before that happens, you silly Billy.
Actually, they were already like this when she gave them to us.
Maybe she was taken in by your sweet face and became all hot and bothered, huh, Milesy Smiles?
Kate Faraday! Oh, thank you never to call me that again.
Ooh, look at that! A picture of silly old me!
That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eye.
You mean lovely Larry Lampkin? I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
And there's the evil smirk.
Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for a monster. I do not. Chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she asked for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yup, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though.
Yes, why did she retire?
She finally made enough money to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back, all of it.
Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight, but from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa for herself. Oh wait, let me talk to Kay first. I don't think I talked to her yet. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? If they find ubiquitous in that teapot, is that it for Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody. You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter. We've learned a lot about our case and about IS-7 too. Perhaps, and yet the truth remains shrouded in an impenetrable mist. We still don't have enough evidence to pierce the fog? In that case, we'll just have to look for some more. That won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. Now it's just a matter of logically piecing it together in order to eliminate the truth. Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. Wow, no way! You mean it? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook? Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well, then let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty-thrifty 2 hours long. Now, one by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook could bring. What do you think, Miss Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest?
No, that won't be necessary.
The hunt is on. Oh, am I? They're singing a song. This looks cards. I heard it was in use 18 years ago, too. That's right. It was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large or heavy objects around. But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Who do I talk to next? Confused. Sorry about that. Was just drinking the rest of my Frosty. What do I do next? Oh, I haven't looked at this. The door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree. And yet, it leads to the winter wing. I suppose it's all part of the deception. I could steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry. I think you'd better leave them alone, Kay. Delicia gave me a few of these cloths. They light up when you attach them to a special device. How many did she give you exactly? 4, I believe. There were 4 luminous clocks in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere else. I get the feeling Miss Bound is hiding something. Well, now I have a disintegration counter for my stream setup. What's disintegration? Talk to Miss Scone again. How about we show her the clock? You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps he used it to wipe up some sort of spillage. A spillage, he says. The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? It's when you smack a time gate and your vessel breaks into a million pieces. Really annoying mechanic that should have never been added to the game. And whoever decided to add it, I wish them a horrible, horrible death. Okay. It's cool that you have a counter for that on your stream setup now, though. Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? And you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. The Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, this happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body? Investigation complete. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. To be continued. Wow, how much is there left? This is called ladder. I'm just checking to see how much left I have, how much time I have left. And if I'll be able to finish this today. Okay, I think I will be able to finish this today. Not in the next 34 minutes, but probably the next hour. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot.
They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said! Curse you! You'd better not think this means you beat me!
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best! Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser!
That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
But
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Gavel! Oh, alright.
Why don't I take care of things here from now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly, then. Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. There's Gavel, on the other hand. Are we going to overtime today? Yes, I believe so. There is an... Okay, we are on end part 2.
according to the walkthrough. Now, Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquitous were found in your teapot? I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it was one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I used? So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquitous in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquitous. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago, and that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it.
Dude, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, huh? We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so...
Ah, you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? You've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking. Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened.
Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what techniques might that be?
So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
A turnabout in thinking. And my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude involved in what happened back then?
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yes, his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now, take it away, Melody. I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask us questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best? Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Zodiac Hall. Ad starts in 1 minute. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Hall Elite pieces as I could from around the world, because, if I'm honest, It's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. What does the judge have an extendable mallet? For the flair of it. And so she can swing it around. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you are able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gabel, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Haha, spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. Rebuttal starts in a little bit after the 3-minute ad break starts. Be right back. This time I have my BRB screen on. It'll come up soon. Sorry about that. It gotta happen. It's part of the agreement when you become affiliated on Twitch. Autism creature? Awesome.
Cub just redeemed autism creature.
Look at it! Isn't it cute on my head? Okay, we're back. I forgot to mute myself. I usually do. Okay, her testimony. Zodiac Hall. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. Advertisement hell, aka Zimbabwe, is very scary. I don't know what that means. What's with Zimbabwe? This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Captain, I did what I had to do to say that home was waiting here for you. How did she make it look so easy?
I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer.
If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery.
Hold it!
You manage the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound? Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going and have it falling down around my ears. Caption could come home any day, after all. But she really got the house back for him.
I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more.
Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. To that end, I collected as many Paul Elite pieces as I could from around the world.
Hold it!
Paul Elite? That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures you made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that? Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea anyway. And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Alas, Miss Tangaroa transgressed. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the Goddess of Justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No! Samson he's innocent! The awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true! He'd never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures you made.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So the statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? And I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means the Miss Bound is lying. I know, it's such an awful shame. And after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. The sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that. Or I'll never get to the truth. One of these is it.
Objection!
Oh, it wasn't that. Okay. Okay, it wasn't that either. Hey, which is it? Okay, it was that. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup? No chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Overruled.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much? Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proved that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. Before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Miss Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Rebuttal. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby.
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see. Bacon Bop? What kind of show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Whoa, that sounds awesome!
Hold the phone. Miles, you used to watch it?
My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. The Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? It can't have been the moment she did it. I'd better listen carefully to what she says. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson.
Hold it!
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time. So changing the film and the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when Miss Bounce stole the sculptures? That can't have been the moment she did it. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in here? Ah!
The sound of the chocolate ship falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports.
And Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when he found the body? Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time. To the point at which he discovered Mr. Frost's body. Was this the moment when Miss Bounce stole the sculptures? Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present.
Hold it!
Just as you did today? Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours.
Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah. Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
His saucer was cold? Was this the moment when Miss Bounce stole the sculptures? That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room.
Hold it!
When exactly did you see Mr. Gusto entering the victim's room? It was while your father and the others were investigating the room where the body was found.
Gusto said he went in there to get back a photo of him and Frost and their kids.
I think it was before, since the saucer was cold. Because he didn't want anybody to suspect they'd been working together, right? Pretty sloppy of him to get spotted, though. Definitely not great thief material. I think Mr. Gusto could live with that, to be honest. Maybe she brought the tea card into the display room? So the moment when Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room. No, not then. I need to figure out when Miss Bound would have been able to steal the sculptures. What was her best window of opportunity? You'd think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here.
If you're going to get to the bottom of this, you'll need to grill her harder. So get to it. We're right behind you, big man.
Alright. Okay. I think it was this moment. This is when you remove the sculptures. But how would I have done that? By, well... Even a great thief would have struggled to steal the sculptures around then, Mr. Edgeworth.
I got it wrong.
How about this moment? Maybe. Sorry, when the saucer was cold? Maybe.
Hold it!
Because it was unusual at the time. She said that the reason why the saucers were cold was because some people preferred the tea to not be very hot. That's the explanation she gave them. That meant 18 years ago. Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
I thought it was earlier, yeah. My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Ah!
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she use instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound use this to transfer the sculptures. The lift.
Take that!
And this is... the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it'd look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Dudes, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift carts as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, but maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the winter wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the two ice sculptures and the two zodiac blocks out, I took two fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original two had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases, meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the winter wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How do you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes for dummies. Statutes of what? Simply put, Kay. Hold up, let me look at that Statutes for Dummies book. Theft, 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Murder, 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? I just read that. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Bounds stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it! Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bounds can no longer be prosecuted for her crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures is in my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Ooh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Take that!
This is where Miss Bound hid the body. I'm afraid you will have to demonstrate to me how that works, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, show me how exactly a body could have been hidden there. Whoops.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? The victim's body is hiding right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture. The red ice sculpture. That's Ubiquium. Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Take that!
One of the clocks from in the autumn wing. Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing, you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact.
Overruled.
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
Yeah, if you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. You'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
Cub just redeemed posture check.
Thanks for redeeming posture check. My posture has been checked. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirms its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bounds had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, This can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing?
Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Overruled!
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. What? Ah! I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then, the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth, but can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claimed? An eyewitness.
Take that!
I think you'll find that this proves things beyond any doubt.
Damn it! Overruled.
Take that!
Okay, it was the other sketch. More drawings. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as I passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? You don't see it? He's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the cards is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift card and it's easily passed muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of justice. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pockets. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart, but what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pockets was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean. Miss Bound? It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks were kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy! You... Oh gosh!
But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in a cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and
Judes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home.
No, his hair turned right after he was interrogated. If this were a YouTube stream, you could go back and see where I figured out that his hair turned white during the interrogation. It was suddenly black and it turned to white. It took a day for it to happen.
I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. That's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time.
It aged him by 30 years. It truly did.
Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
Maybe she thought Gusto was the real killer. And that's why she tried to poison him? Huh. Maybe that's it.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to... Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework.
So they would have been freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah?
Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy.
I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. But that would mean the real killer was...
Overruled.
Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly. So, should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty!
Mr. Gusto.
Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. And perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightens me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Hampton would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess. It was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, this can be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years has come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. To be continued. We probably have 30 more minutes of this game. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. Miss Bounds, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to re-investigate the case.
Overruled.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case. The committee's view. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy reports. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Rebuttal. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report.
Hold it!
If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Her verdict remains true, despite—
Objection!
Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary, since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Is that right? Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice.
Hold it!
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself.
Overruled!
Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is that Goddess of Justice has already spoken. Unbelievable! She just won't budge at all! Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kinda like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect as a result? Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bounds have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Ring simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Mrs. Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. What? Wow, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome in Edgeworth & Co.
Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Haha, of course. Now where was I? We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further.
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all? All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Miss Judy Bound.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now. Assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. It is up to me to point it out to Judge Gavelle. Huh. Huh. Okay, it's not this. Not that either. Not that. Not the gallery pamphlet. Not the case file. could be the blowtorch. Like, why did he have a blowtorch? Not this. Not the finger marks. I'll try the blowtorch first.
Objection!
Would you care to revise your testimony at all, Judge Cuphead? It looks like that wasn't it.
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Objection!
Okay, it's not the salt lamp. I think this was disguised as a serving cart and used to transport the body. Don't forget the body was inside a hollow ice block. At least now we know where the platform was wet.
Objection!
I'm stuck again.
Objection!
Oh, it was that. Okay. I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? Their test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course.
Overruled.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss this with Eustace. Useless Eustace. Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
Gusto.
He made it.
You're the ones who found me? Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. Act break starts in 1 minute. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now?
Assistant? No, I'm...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways.
I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about? We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
What? Is that true? Miss Bounds set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involves rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not that. Gusto here is a fan of the old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a challenge. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay.
Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back then? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here!
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. And there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it is a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. Okay, be right back. We are almost done.
Hub just redeemed yeehaw.
Yeehaw! Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gabelle? You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. Haha, we shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gabelle?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost's sculpture, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early.
Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. You did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini... Sorry, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. He could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
He turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. He knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal?
Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer.
You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Dirk! Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet, no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but... then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it?
If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive, too, remember?
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers, but what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected? Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he'd just lost track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangero's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime! So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops.
A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work.
The only question is, when would he have done it?
Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had?
Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key.
Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywick's room for a little taste, too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not?
Huh, so you know my little secrets.
Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct?
Huh, what can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do, so that we were better than Tangaroa.
Objection!
Then why did you have Mr. Frost with his entry for the final?
What grounds do you have to say that?
Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you've been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
Objection!
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder.
That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Tangaroa wasn't in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied, but things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you.
Well, what is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. This stream has been going on for quite a while. I once streamed for 11 hours straight. This is not that long compared to the 11-hour stream. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. What was I doing for those 11 hours? I finished an entire game in those 11 hours. Ah, 4 pieces, huh? Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind test commence. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills?
You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all.
I will expose all your lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time.
Sorry. Wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy.
He's happy to bide his time as well, it seems. I'll need to pick my words more wisely. I need to study my opponent's reactions and pick my own responses accordingly.
Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh? So you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then, something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my own way to the medical room.
No, wait!
Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to get the right line of questioning and fast. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much.
Huh? Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, so you've improved.
You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Gen Fa for nothing. I looked up to Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son.
Not something like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday.
Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it.
You claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it, and even if I did... What exactly is so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I'd better try another tack. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations?
What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim.
They told us a little bit about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contains, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all.
I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title, is a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of.
So you didn't know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes.
Oh, time to deploy my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Jingfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You're a confectioner, Miss Augusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
He was? Tell me more.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me a little more about your son.
He was my pride and joy and my biggest fan.
And you entered the contest in order to help him?
You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come see me here at the contest venue, too, right up through the semi-final.
Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to be Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. I'm still recovering, so if you've got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
But wait! I may need to be a little more proactive. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest?
It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening, anyway.
This feels like it could be an important clue. So you needed the cookbook to cure your son?
Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication you needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work.
And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it?
And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made?
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries.
I'd had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rivals' work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. It must have been nerves or something.
Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavor? That seems like it could be an important clue. Could you tell me about the name of the disease your son suffered from?
You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more?
Time to deploy my clue. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering.
I see. That must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder.
So he had it too?
Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case?
Of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Time to deploy my clue. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've heard enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. You too would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long, 18 years and nobody knew.
Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in from Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. Mind chess checkmate.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed ageusia.
What's ageusia?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No, the big man had what they called dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh? So you went into the final thinking you stood a chance of winning?
Of course.
What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations?
Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts.
We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day?
Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say.
My entry for the final.
Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony.
Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Maltorino? See if you can't shake something loose.
I think I just might have to, Fender.
Rebuttal. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing.
Hold it!
Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste?
Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. And boy did he not have an eye for aesthetics, not even for the simple stuff. How do you like me now?
The national symbol of Zhengfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix! That's awesome!
I'll say, pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then?
Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch.
But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand, Your Honor, but ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please do continue your testimony in your own time.
So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no?
Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his own reasons, too. I wouldn't know. He's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, okay?
If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony.
If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training.
Hold it!
And yes, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was... I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Good night! Sleep tight! Don't let the bed bugs bite! Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. Bye-bye! You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct?
Rhythmix is just redeemed pat
Thank
my
you
head.
for patting my head.
You remembered, I see. My son and Frostus used to go to elementary school together.
Hold it!
It was no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct?
Yeah, I heard about it first. Then I told Frost. I knew he'd be interested. He was always short of cash for his sculptures.
That's right. Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he? The cookbook is really worth that much, huh?
I see that glint in your eye, kiddo. So don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. But these days you can find most of the stuff in there on your drugstore shelf.
Oh, bummer. So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for that cookbook, I see. An 18-year-old mystery. And the key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. I just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered.
Objection!
That's not a contradiction, though.
Hold it! Hold it!
Can I get him to say something else? As for the semifinal. Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto?
Not really. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help?
I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. The visuals were the only thing that changed between the semifinal and the final. You sure, Gusty, old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just its looks that got a big thumbs down come junction time. It got trashed from flavor, too.
Doesn't sound much like a winner to me. Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor, too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So was there some other difference?
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that. wasn't that either. Okay, it was that. It was the photo. I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Miss Augusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semi-final.
He was. What of it?
What indeed. He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
I just wanted him to see me hard at work. To show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor, but why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father?
Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto?
He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
Well, what are you implying?
You've already told us you were suffering from a taste disorder.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody about this. But you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 18 years ago I developed ageusia.
No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work.
Dang, no, it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. Ha 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 ha! You have a vivid imagination for Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then.
Did you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is.
Ah! In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Jingfa to start my training, and cut off all ties with the kid for good.
What? You abandoned your own child?
And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now, proof or otherwise.
Ugh! Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Ugh!
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is...
Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind pal this time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
You mean because he tried to open the case?
Exactamundo! Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that?
We might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now if you...
Mr. Edgewood, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me!
Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgewood was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here! Mr. Winter, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us?
You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Overruled.
Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer Her Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in a liquid form from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were? And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh yeah! You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever? I've never tried ice so scrumptious in all my life.
Really?
But I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the Harvey thing. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in the Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. But perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt and the liar come from? The salt lamp!
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident? Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Right, because the culprit had chucked a piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream.
Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken.
The lamps appear to be broken.
Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but... Are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point?
Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And you're seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes, 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you're the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson...
Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later, nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you.
You admit it then? That you murdered Artie Frost?
Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame.
What do you mean by that?
He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose. What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care? You're horrible! So, with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, Tut tut tut. Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything. What will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... Ah! You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
But Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of the blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloodied bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him?
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody parts. Inspired by the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You try to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best. A true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bountier found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Ha! Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest and take Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it's fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of its room. Before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job, either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished.
So then Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body?
I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. No, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right?
Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record, so he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you!
Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, pal!
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective.
So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did.
I'm snoozing the ad break.
The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder.
No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you.
Why you can't arrest me?
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. You think I'd have to confess otherwise?
That's right! The statute of limitations is only 15 years! Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Ugh. Once the statute has expired, you can't be charged, so... But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what?
Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor.
There must be something we can do. Something to bring Gusto down. Rebuttal.
I killed Frost 18 years ago.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto.
It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I can have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Miss Edgeworth?
This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective.
You can't touch me. It's too late for that. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhengfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor design, I'm the full package now.
And all in the backs of those whose lives you destroyed.
What's an omelet without a few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing.
You're evil!
Sticks and stones, girly. You can't arrest me and that's all that matters.
Ugh, I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he just made? Is there anything I should follow up on? I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine. I later went to Zhengfa to train and I finally became the best in the world.
Hold it!
Zhengfa? And you were there for a while, I imagine?
Yeah, I left some time after the investigation I wrapped up.
I've been meaning to... Wait a second. Hold up. What did I read from this? The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Oh, he really dug his grave just then, huh?
I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in. My designs are now world class.
Whoa, that's amazing!
You like it? It's yours.
Really? Alright. So we spent some time in Zhengfa training.
The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Whoops, I already did this part. I'm snoozing the ad break again, because we're almost done.
Objection!
You do the math. You can't arrest me.
Hold it!
Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing is impossible.
Really? Come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can?
He would have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations is threatening to inter the truth of this case forever. Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through to the end. Hey, the truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves? I'm not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Carmilla Gusto, I won't allow you to make off with the truth.
Do your worst. You think I'd have confessed otherwise?
Hold it!
That was the only reason? Because you knew the statute had expired?
Why else would I do it? Why would anybody? Not that I'd plan on it ever coming out, of course.
And why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And petty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft. So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail? I've seen some pieces of work in my time. But you? You're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it. Alright, Miles, it's official. Uncle Eddie is mad, and that doesn't happen often.
You're not the only one. But don't worry, he won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusto is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed. Think, Mr. Edgeworth, there must be some way for us to arrest him.
The guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer. Not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta.
He's right. Mr. Gusto is just an armchair attorney after all. Yep, I already know. He wants his Jean Fa.
Objection!
The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count toward the total time under the statute. No, wait! So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Jingfa? It appears that there may be time left on the clock, yes. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Jingfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly. 3 years! Hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. The statute is 15 years. After 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means... No way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statute hasn't expired after all!
Yeah. Bingo! 18 years exactly! Glad you worked it out for yourselves.
He's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto's stay in Jingfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short.
Not enough? But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me.
I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. Ah! No! There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Dudes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go add into your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. But there's still a way we can nail him.
There is?
Alright, Malzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we knew about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about.
Which is?
He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means, there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done.
Ender, are you?
Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment
Must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you.
Accomplice. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not? My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I chose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Not to show Judge Cavell something that proves the statute of limitation hasn't yet expired.
Take that!
Consider this piece of evidence, if you will. The court rules the evidence inadmissible, on the grounds that it appears to be entirely irrelevant. Believe me, Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your frustration. It isn't easy giving up on a lost cause. I will not give up. I will see that justice is done. Mr. Tangaroa's trial lasted a year, and though it ended with a verdict that couldn't have been more wrong, that very verdict may be what finally sees Mr. Gusto arrested.
Take that!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case file you would like us to refer to? Okay, wait. Case overview. Convicted as an accomplice. It might be suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The bookie gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial.
What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yup. Guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it.
Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year, it means he can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitation hasn't expired at all.
Yeah!
The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No! How could this... You weren't supposed to be able to...
Objection!
18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. Oh! But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything, even my own son.
More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. The ad break is gonna... It's already... Okay.
This is absurd. Miss Augusta's all set for his trip downtown, sir.
Ella, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so.
Dudes.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble, but thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution. Oh no! I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures.
Hey Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Okay. Be right back. I snoozed the ad break as much as I could, but 15 minutes did pass, so... Be right back. Yeah, you are late again. The stream is about to end. I only have like a couple minutes left in the stream. Case is almost over. But I'll be back tomorrow for Hollow Knight Silk Song. You got Clawline, got out of Underworks, stuck in Underworks again after getting Clawline and cried about being stuck again, then bye. Sounds like a roller coaster. Of course. Judge Cavell, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions, and you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Surely, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job! My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn is all. Mousy Wowsy! Yes? I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople. Of course. Hey Angie, look like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. I need to fill Samson in on what happened today. You wanna come with?
Yes, of course. Great! Then I'm coming too! April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is the thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Gummy! What are you doing here?
I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and...
Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me.
Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion.
Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all.
You think so?
I guess I'd better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound share?
Take that!
These chocolates, Judy made them, didn't she?
Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet! Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home.
Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they?
Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway.
Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you, truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy.
The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him? As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I am sure you will. Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free?
Yup. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Malzarino included, am I right?
The potential for growth and change. In people and the law, huh?
So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I know.
Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up in the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now, thanks again for today. I mean it.
Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here, Theo? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2nd. Edgeworth and Co. Law Offices.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? The end. Ah! Next one is A Turnabout Forsaken. Is that K? That might be K. Okay. Well, that's the end of that. I really should have split this stream in half, actually, because I didn't realize it would go on for almost 6 hours. My bad. Now, let's raid, Sakyu's just, yeah, Sakyu is still online. Let's raid Sakyu. I'll be back tomorrow for Silk Song. I've got to investigate the Citadel of Song. See y'all tomorrow. Goodbye.